Sandy Green Protocol. I am Katon, and I'm a hobbyist game developer slash VTuber, and we're playing Oxygen Enclave. And you'll notice that we are finally launching the game with Spaced Out enabled. So we're going to be doing a new game, and I'm going to try my best at this. Oh, there's an enemy with headpats. Yeah. Thank you, Pet. I am indeed Nooper. Yeah, this is still... I've seen a few playthroughs of Spaced Out, although I've mostly seen, like, weird playthroughs and challenge playthroughs. So this is going to be, still very much some unexplored space for me. Hell and hatred on planet Earth. Meow. I'm kill them all. So yeah, even though I may still end up returning to Hoxie's 4 at some point, especially if, like, you know, I end up, like, frustrated with Spaced Out or whatever, I could probably drop back into Hoxie's 4, but I do want to try and give this a college try. It's just that, like, I know that it's going to be somewhat difficult for me because it's a lot more for me to kind of process at a time, but we're going to try it. So yeah, we're going to hit new game. I think I'm going to run it on survival, even though no sweat would probably be better for this, but... Huh. There's classic and spaced out asteroid style. So I could actually have something that's closer to what we had before. That might actually be better, because I think I would benefit from it being a little bit more concentrated, so I could focus better. So I think we could go with classic. We'll do the Terra asteroid. The Terra asteroid being stable with no traits. And there being the radioactive swamp asteroid nearby. And then all of these are distant. Interesting. Oops, I did not mean to exit out of there. I have now changed what's on there, but... Interesting. Alright, so... I think this is what we start us with. We will start game. And it's time to try our hand at Spaced Out early game. We'll see how painful this will be. Obviously been a while since I've last done early game. It's interesting that the loading bar is going for multiple planets at a time, it looks like. The loading bar keeps restarting. I think it's restarting for each planet type. Okay. So, typically speaking, I want one researcher, preferably with several other traits. I usually like making the researcher also a supplier. Granted, we might be doing more research later on into the game. like way late into the game, we might be doing research. Because of the fact that a lot of research is locked behind some tech that takes some time to set up, for sure. Alright. Our dedicated digging person. And then our last one, I want to be... possibly a cooker with building, or with some other function that is useful to us. But I could also go for something else. Farmer tends to also be pretty useful, but I don't really need Farmer for the skill points. Therefore, run with building, and we'll see what we have alongside it. Bottomless stomach is not great. Flatulence not great. Cooking is a good interest to have there. Plant murder kind of sucks, but we might be able to find somebody else who could do farming. Ranching tends to also be another one that I want to have more often. If the Terra asteroid is anything like the Ideala asteroid from base game, then there's a good chance that we're going to have a very strong presence with hatch ranching. Slow learner kind of sucks, especially if I want to try and get this person into ranching. No, mouth breather's kind of a bad thing right now. Kitchen Menace is a secret bonus, although it does decrease cuisine, which this person has interest in cooking. Yeah, imagine being interested in cooking but not being good at it. He just like me for real, for real. The operating is tempting, but not quite. I kind of do want a researcher to be a little bit more useful in another area. Ranching would be really good. They're also interested in farming. The question being, do I want to sacrifice research for ranching? Well, this also... they have radiation, which can potentially poison. That's... I don't think this is a good idea. Interesting. Might honestly run this Catalina. Suit wearing interest could go really well in hand with a lot of other things. We're gonna be rerolling this guy. Night Owl digging is actually really good. Sucks having them only be on digging, but, you know, early game, probably gonna be doing a lot of digging, I think. Alright, I don't think I want this guy to be a cook, actually. Building and operating is pretty good. Thing is that running a spread like this means we are banking on getting good duplicants from the pod, which doesn't always happen. But we could also just run, you know, early game resources. We could run a little risky. I would not recommend running this risky. A Night Owl digging one is really good. So... yes, here's the thing. Building and operating is good because eventually, I mean, granted, I know that the skill tree is different in Spaced Out. Skill tree is slightly different in Spaced Out, mostly because, like, you know, rocket piloting is now kind of its own tree. But I think it still has it where operating is how you get mechatronics engineering, and mechatronics engineering is actually kind of more of like a building task. And so having a builder who's also good at operating means that we can get automation stuff functional faster. Which is not bad. So for that, and I think we are going to be calling this Solana Galaxy, fitting with the fact that we called the other planet Hoxie's 4, we're going to be calling this one Solana Galaxy because, you know, Ratchet and Clank. And because this is Spaced Out, where this is not just naming the planet, this is naming the entire, like, system that we're in. I think this is going to be our crew. But I may also want the Digger to be good at something else, honestly. Because Night Owl's really good, but I kind of want them to be interested in something else. The Noodle Arms is really bad. Bomb Stomach is really bad. Ranching is really good. Flatulence of hard sell, though. We can't do Nyctophobic right now. Cooking's not bad. Supplying is also really good, actually. This could be a really good long-term dupe, I think. I would be worried about putting too many eggs in this guy's basket, but this guy's pretty functional. As it stands, I don't get skills for these guys, because, like, I don't get a free skill point on them like I do with new pod dupes. But I think this is good. I think this is actually a good setup. A digger who's also good at supplying is good. We might not actually use them for cooking, but that set of skills is pretty good. At most, I think having people responsible for about 2 things is okay enough. And again, we get more. We get more of these guys later, obviously. Alright, but what are we naming these guys? Obviously, Tengu is here and, you know, actually got first strike Morgie this time around. I think Tengu is going to be our new digger. And the other 2 are challenging. Oh, yeah, look, there's Benitez, Daring Green Protocol. How are you doing? Hey, Benitez, do you want to be a builder who potentially gets into robotic stuff? Or do you want to be the researcher? Who also gets to do field research a lot because you'll have suit wearing right off the bat. Well, not right off the bat, but, you know. Yeah. Kitter is dismayed from what they just saw earlier. Oh, what did you just see earlier? No. I was asking you a question, by the way. So I'm probably gonna be making you one of these. Also, what else can I drop into here since I'm... One moment, please. Alright. If you want, I can just decide for you, Benitez. Or if you're bothered being one of the female duplicants, then I can just hold off on that. I can instead just drop in, switch things up and make Olivia the builder this time around. Nah, she hates engineer, so... Maybe I do... I can also just do, High-tech house for the top of the voice recognition. I have no idea what any of that means. I'm sorry. I have no idea what any of that means. Also, oh yeah, I need to order coffee real quick, by the way. I forgot. I just looked at the thing and I am getting to the last third of my coffee supply, so I need to make sure that it gets ordered. We'll see, what do they have available? There's Sumatra's there. Oh. Looks like the, Sulawesi Island roast is not available today. RIP. It is out of stock at the moment, so I guess we're getting Outdoorsy Sumatra then. Which is fine. I think it's more in the mood for this, honestly. Oh, that's right! They removed their PayPal payment option, which is kind of unfortunate. Oh. Literally voice recognition everywhere, even on window blinds. Yeah, fucking IoT is really ridiculous. That's all extremely exploitable, and we really shouldn't be giving digital control over that kind of stuff. Nice, hang on. Unfortunately, Happy Mug no longer accepts PayPal, so I need to put my shit in. Go. Do that. That all looks like it's good. Connection dropped again. Meow. Wait, let me check. No, I'm not dropping frames. I don't appear to be dropping frames. Your connection? Okay. I'm just making sure. By the way, whilst I'm sitting on this screen, because I'm currently ordering coffee, tell me which one of these, out of Catalina or Lindsay, do you want to be one of those? Yes or no? If so, which one? But yeah. Annoyingly, there is no PayPal, so I actually have to enter in my card information here, annoyingly. And if hair attacking me. And J here. Yep. And click that. No, I did not save this address. So the address should be saved already. It's just I had to put it in a specific way for this place. There we go. Okay. Coffee ordered. Benitez, were you able to hear my question? Oh. Okay. Maybe eventually I'll be able to ask you which one you want. Meow. I could just leave them unnamed until people come along. You can always just do that as well. So I will be doing that. Let's go ahead and hit it. This music is a little too intense for this. This kind of works. So, the asteroid we call home has collided with an anomalous planet, decimating our colony. Rebuilding it is of the utmost importance. I've detected a new cluster of material-rich planetoids in nearby space. If I can guide the duplicants through the perils of space travel, we can build a colony even bigger and better than before. We shall begin. And right away, we will be pausing. So, let's take a look at what we... Hold on. I need to check something. I did not check my mods. All of the mods have been turned off. That makes sense. Let's get all of those enabled. Restart. Some of those are kind of crucial. Come on. Is it gonna... Why did it lose the game? on here? Why are you not recognizing? What is going on here? If I do this, capture this. It's not allowing transfer. Why is it just stopped now? What is going on here? Oh, there it goes. Okay. That was weird. It was absolutely bugging out for a second there. Alright. So now my shit should be on. Cool. Let's resume game. Yeah, I don't care. There we go. Much better. Okay. First things first. I'm gonna throw a dig action out this way. There's some copper right here I want to pick up. Actually, I'm gonna cancel these so that the copper is sitting there. First things we need to do is we need to get ourselves some materials, because otherwise we cannot plan anything. Because as it stands right now, if I go access the tile, raw mineral has yet to be discovered because nobody's dug anything. And I obviously want to be planning as much of our base as we can, as soon as we can. There's an interesting little structure down here I want to get to, potentially. Looks like it's in a safe area. Oh, there is some polluted oxygen there. There's some polluted oxygen, so it's not entirely safe. Quite a bit of copper in places. There's a big chunk of uranium here. We have a new radiation overlay, by the way. So... these guys do let off a little bit of radiation, so honestly, we can go ahead and kill them. There's, like, very little use for, shine bugs, even in Spaced Out, I believe. I tend to just kill them whenever I see them. And knowing that they now produce radiation, then, I think I'm definitely going to be killing them. We look at temperature. Uranium is always, like, there's a bunch of, like, radioactive items in this game that, like, are also insanely cold for some reason. So there's that. For some reason, each of the bristle blossoms have spawned at a low temperature, which is interesting. Never seen that before. This is vacuum down here, that's why that is blue. Alright. Quite a bit of water over here. That's the other thing is that we want to be planning for, is where we're going to store our water. Temporarily, we can just use this area, but I do prefer to try and get my water supply into a safe position. Which this is not safe because, you know, it's entirely possible for us to get through a cycle and we don't have toilets set up. That's like priority 1. Priority 1 is always toilets. Priority 2 is your beds. And priority 3 is research. You do not want sore back debuffs, etc., etc. I usually go for a center of the colony is 16 tiles wide in the center room. And then everything else is... I can't remember because it's 96 and then it's going to be like +1 from that. Yeah, so 25 tiles. And that comes in handy for the ranches. Our work areas tends to be 25 tiles wide. So, to solve that, now we do also have this big patch of water up here that we could potentially drain into a new water supply location. But overall, I do tend to put the whatchamacallit right next to the printing pod. I put all the laboratory research stuff, or the beginner research stuff, because we're going to have all sorts of new research stuff. Oh, I can't even get the research station, the research tab open because I don't have a research station. So we'll see that in a bit. But usually I put the research station right here, then I put the supercomputer right here, because the printing pod does provide a lot of light, and that gives a huge productivity bonus to research. So with that all being said, I think we may just have door here and then ladder shaft along this edge, potentially. Unfortunately, we still haven't discovered metal ore, so I can't say that for myself just yet. But I think that's going to be how that's going to be set up. I can at least plan the ladder here. I don't know why there was like a floating text bubble over there. I put the two ladders like this. You always want your ladder shafts to be too wide, not just because of the ladder poles you'll eventually get, but also because it helps with airflow. So you'll have a door here. We'll replace this ration box with the research station. And then we'll be placing some power stuff over here, and then replacing that power stuff with the supercomputer. Now, we'll be building ladders down here. And it's okay to mine up oxylite. So there's this over here would be an insane nature reserve to establish. Keyword wood. It is kind of misaligned with our floor plan. But we could always fudge our floor plan a little bit to make it work. We could do that. I could do not necessarily all aligned on the same floor. And it might not be that bad of a situation. It's still a slight productivity hit, but could come in handy. As it stands, this area is also going to be way... This is just not good for this alignment. That would just not work. You know me, I'm always looking for nature reserves. Another thing I could do is... So this isn't aligned with floor, but we could still walk this, potentially. I think the nature reserve sign should fit in this area. And so, we'll probably do what I did in the beginning of Hoxie's 4, was the food storage was behind here. That's probably what we end up doing here, is that the food storage is going to be over here. And then if we get pips, we can then like dig down so that it's actually online with our floor plan. And then it'll be way more traversable. So that should work. First up, I'm gonna dig this out. Also have them dig this. Alright. So I do also want them to come up this way to get up here. Grab ourselves some muck roots. Thankfully speaking, we could actually pull this muck root and it would be fine because we've got a Mealwood, Bluffbriar, Bristle Blossom, and Bluffbriar here. That's our 4 plants for a nature reserve. And then I can kind of just like very cautiously carve out parts of this to make it fit the size requirements for a nature reserve. So uproot you, uproot the buried muck roots. Make sure that you get those eventually, because that's delicious, delicious food. Not delicious food, obviously. It's very bad food, but you know, it delays how long we need until we need proper food storage setup. Not food storage, but solution. All right. I think we're ready to let them continue digging through that. I've also got some blueprints. Let's go unlock these. Nice! I kind of wish I had that earlier. When we were doing the coffee place. I do want to fix priorities. I probably should have addressed this first and foremost. Tengu's our digger, so I want them on top of digging first. I actually need to go ahead and set something real quick. Cooking should be off for everybody. Decorating should be off for everybody. Researching should be off for everybody, except for Catalina here. Sometimes I wonder why this game's called Auction Not Included. Because it's a lot. It has a lot to do with generating oxygen. I'll take headpats though. Yeah. Need headpats. Okay, what else did you have? Oh yeah, it's athletics. So you're still kind of mostly just going to be that. We want attacking to be very high on everybody. Life support should be very high on everybody. And toggling should be very high on everybody. Because these are, you know, obviously life support is a big priority. And, you know, you don't want somebody waiting on a life support task. And it's going to be kind of one of those tasks where you want it to be at a chore percentage anyways, unless it's an emergency. Attacking is set to all on very high, because you never want duplicants to attack creatures alone. Digging skill is linked to how fast they can deal damage to enemies, but it really doesn't matter all that much. What kind of... Like, there's always going to be strength in numbers. And trying to delegate attacking to one duplicant is a terrible idea, and you're just going to get that one duplicant hurt. So you want all hands on deck to fight enemies. Doctoring should be left only to people who have doctoring. I don't know about rocketry, because this is the first time I've done Spaced Out. Tidying is fine. Operating is fine. I'm going to leave farming as it is until we get dedicated farmers. Once we get dedicated farmers, I actually want to put farming on a disallow or a low or very low priority so that the people who have good farming skills will get the seeds. As it stands, Tengu actually has a really high thing on that, so we're going to give Tengu that. I think Tengu did actually have like a supplying interest. Yeah, we do have a supplying interest. So I will also give you slight priority on supplying and storing. But that's the only one I want to have doing that. Lindsay, we're going to give a slight priority on building. And that should be our priorities for now. Don't want to be doing too much on the priority screen early game because you only have so many duplicants and you kind of need everything done. But those are kind of the things that I figured that I'd be able to get away with doing on that. Next up, schedule. Actually, we will wait on schedule. But schedule, you actually want to be doing something with that as soon as possible. But more specifically, the best time to do it is when they all go to sleep for the first time. And so right now we're working on getting things set up. This is probably the good spot for us to set up the beginning, the early game latrine is probably going to end up being here. And once again, I think we're not going to try and preserve any of this for the sake of nature reserves. I don't think we can get away with that. I might try and hang on to this bit to potentially make like a smaller nature reserve, which is the park, I believe. We might be able to get away with the park. And that's still +3 morale, if I remember right. The park is still +3 morale. So worst case scenario, if this doesn't work out, then we can try and establish our mess halls over here, potentially. It's not too bad. It's not too far away from everything. So we'll consider it. Alright, but I think we're going to put our first bathroom over here just because it's our first area. I do also want them to get into down here sooner rather than later because I need water. This is going to be a temporary water setup for now. And eventually we need to move this all into a more convenient location. Actually, can't actually do this like this. I'm gonna put it actually right here. And eventually I'm gonna need to kind of build up some walls and make this a proper storage and try and get some more water into there, either with pumps or some other clever solutions. But I'd like to get these over here. Again, sticking to priority 6s at the early game. You want to specifically use your priorities for specific things. As I've said before, 7 is my chore priority. 7 is, you should probably be doing this whenever it's available because it's somewhat important. 6 is a project that I want you to prioritize over default priority projects. 4 is a project you should do when you don't have, when you're done with whatever is like the other default priority project, or if we don't have anything else that you need to be doing. 3 is for anything that you really don't want them doing unless there's absolutely nothing else they could be doing, which is usually what you want to throw like a bunch of like early game sweep options on, is like your 3 priority. Although as it stands, sweeping early game is a bad idea anyways. You should be focusing on getting things built because having things on the ground is only going to be a decor penalty, which is not something you really give a shit about in the early game when you're just trying to not die. So, go ahead and move forward. And do you actually want to mark this out? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I want this to be this wide of a room. I feel like I normally have this further over somewhere. I kind of actually do want to move this over potentially so I could throw in the dirt box storage bin. But we could also just put the storage bin over here, potentially. So I'm going to go ahead and throw a dig command on that so that this pitcher pump gets expanded to that. But, overall, I think we're fine with it being in this configuration. Having the dirt storage over here. It's a little messy and unoptimized, but it'll be fine. I kind of do want them to move it over. I mean, they're already starting to build the ladder system. But you know what I can do? Fuck it. I'll just do that. We'll move the ladder over and make it right side ladder, which is bad and dumb, and I don't do that. I usually do left side ladder, right side pole. But we'll do right side ladder this time around. American driving rules. We'll go with that. American driving rules. So in that case, we'll put the box here, which means that the actual dimensions of the room will be over here, and we're putting the door here. So we'll kind of mark this with a tile, so I know that that's where we're doing. And then put the ladders here. And then door will be here. We still haven't gotten any metal yet, I think. We're still trying to get over here. Should probably tell them to get that metal dug if they get there first somehow. I'm also going to need to tell them to build some tiles out this way. So we have door here. So I can kind of get this planned out. We start with 3 wash basins. And then 3... Oh, that's... We're going to have to do this. But at some point we need to move this outhouse over here, but we don't have hard digging yet, and there's granite in the way. But the idea is that normally you do 4 and 4 for each bathroom. Because that's kind of the maximum size you can have a bathroom be. And we're gonna eventually need to move this toilet out to here and have it kind of come along this way. Granted, that's some hot stuff over there, but hopefully our colony will kind of just make that temperate over time. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, we'll just go with a shitty toilet system for now, where it's 3 and 3, which it really should be 4 and 4, but we'll configure it later. Great. Okay, so this is a higher priority. Although, it's not going to be a functional priority until this gets built. So what I'll probably do is this stuff will be on priority 4. The higher priority is getting down here, as well as getting into here. And getting this built. Because the water will power the wash basins. Cool, cool, cool. Hope I didn't fuck up the spacing for this. That's correct. Alright, so now we have water in place. Good. Perfect. Also, I am probably going to have them deconstruct this ration box. But not yet. Hopefully we can get all of this set up before the break time. I can also cheat and come through here and set this up, give ourselves 1 extra block, although I think we've got time. I think we're good. Also going to have them dig this at some point in the near future, so that we can pick up whatever we're dropping down here. Especially this buried muckroot. Each buried muckroot is 1 duplicant's worth of food a day. So, faster you can pick those up, more likely you are to survive a little longer. Let's also make sure that these wasp basins are set in the right direction. That way, people don't waste a slot. They do not queue up for wash basins. That's an important thing to know. They are smart enough to only use wash basins if they need to, i.e., if they have germs on them. And they're smart enough to know if they have germs. Also, these people are getting trapped. Let's make sure they don't get trapped. Please and thank you. Alright, so we managed to get 2 of these. Priority 7 on both of these guys. Disable disinfect, because the toilets are going to get germy no matter what. The only things that should be disinfected are the wash basins, because they need to be actually, you know, disinfecting themselves whenever they pass by a wash basin. Hopefully they should be... They're already supplied, it looks like, so that's not bad. They must have done that whilst I wasn't looking. So we just need to get this 3rd outhouse up. And now we will not have crap on the floor, as long as we don't have something else get screwed up. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Knocking on wood. And yeah, unfortunately we can't get the 4th outhouse in there just yet. But yeah, so just in time, they get to go to the bathroom. That's success, baby. They are... Of course, we already messed with the schedule. As soon as they decide they want to go to sleep, which they're gonna just kind of just go to sleep in this spot, we're gonna go ahead and start adding schedules. They did kind of go to sleep a little late, though. I'm kind of worried about that, but they should still recover 100% stamina. Keyword should. I love how the planet names have a Nolan. I didn't realize it still generated planet names. I wonder if we can rename the planets or not. Probably not. Alright. Schedules. Yes, as early as the first night, you should be doing schedule stuff. Because this is critical for getting shit done early game. There is no reason to not immediately go in and put everybody on a different schedule. They will still get all of their, stress down systems, as long as you space the schedules out properly. I believe I usually do a offset of 6 for each schedule, is how I normally do this. And it's just to make sure that there's always somebody who can do chores, essentially. Because obviously right now, we can't do shit because everybody's asleep at the same time. You don't want that. You want, people up doing things. Now, granted, I say that, but, as I've done on Hoxies 4, I have, I technically actually have 2 shifts in which there are builders and diggers, but that kind of works out because then it's just they basically cancel each other out. And sometimes you do want that sort of organization on who's on what shift. But generally speaking, let's get some shifts done. They don't need bath time for now. There's a point in the game in which bath time is useful. It's not now. As it stands, they just went to the bathroom. I prefer, I think the part of the reason that bath time is a thing is because of showering. But, I really wish that they would shower at the end of the day to remove the sopping wet debuff, which is part of the, benefit of shower. But as it stands, the way that bath time works is that when they're done doing stuff for bath time, they'll try to go back to work, which is not something you want them to be doing, because you want them to immediately go on break. But the way that bath time works is that it's supposed to be at the beginning of the day. And I wanted it to be at the end of the day, but they won't do that. So I generally just don't use bath time. I usually don't use bath time and just hope that they do their shower at the right time. In downtime, specifically. 2 bedtime slots is decent enough as long as they have the sufficient amount of downtime slots to get to bed. We obviously saw earlier, they weren't quite in there, but generally speaking, unless they're getting sick, getting damaged, or other situations, they usually need about 1.5 blocks of sleep to get to 100% stamina. That's exactly how that works. And even then, it's they'll still continue sleeping, even when they have 100% stamina, as long as the schedule tells them to. It's kind of how that works. Okay. First of all, we're going to turn alarms off for now. And this will be -6 schedule. Again, until I actually get an idea of what the organization is going to be like, I give these the default names of -6 and -12. Where I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I do here. I'll go ahead and give them 3 downtime slots. I wouldn't necessarily describe them as needing it, but it helps out a little bit. I tend to give them downtime slots depending on the expansion of the colony and how much commute time they have. generally speaking, you give them more downtime to compensate for how far they have to walk from whatever they're currently doing to the facilities that they need to use in order for their downtime, i.e. bathrooms, food, mess hall, etc. And generally speaking, you try and keep the mess hall / bathrooms as close as, if not, right next to where their dormitories are. That way, you can make it such that you can have a minimum 2-slot bedtime, and as long as they finish up their shit in the downtime slots, they'll immediately get into bed and have enough time. At the moment, we don't need a -18 schedule. Or probably don't. But for now, I tend to run our researcher. Do you have to remember which one it is now? So it's Catalina. I'm going to run a researcher on the shift that is the weirdest. And then we can go ahead and run. I think, unfortunately, nobody has, Night Owl or Early Bird, so I don't have to really worry about exactly who I put where. Tengu has an interest in supplying and cooking, so I think Lindsay goes on to this schedule. We'll probably end up moving things around once we get more people. But yeah, that should be functional enough. So once they wake up, which even though some of these people now realize, oh, I am no longer in sleep time, I am now in work time, but they have already started sleeping, they will sleep until they reach 100 stamina. So you will see these people will randomly get up at certain times. So Robo over here has 41 stamina. Lindsay has 41 stamina. They all have... Look, Catalina has 54 stamina. Catalina had slightly more stamina. I'm not entirely sure how, but... so these two will get up as soon as they'll probably get up at the exact same time as each other, considering they're both at the exact same stamina. And then Catalina will potentially continue sleeping, as long as the moon is up. So yeah, so Catalina got up first. And yeah, unfortunately everybody has... Wait a minute. Oh, I forgot to disable disinfect on this one. Let's also make sure this is on priority 7, shore priority. Okay. So now that we've got that in place, let's go ahead and start establishing some dormitories. We can also try and get this into a room already. We should now have some copper for us to go ahead and plan that in there. Place some doors here. Probably want to prioritize these. I never change the priority on here. I always change the priority on the project after placing it down, because I don't want to, change the number here, and that number stays until you change it again. I prefer having it on default 5, and then changing priority with the priority tool. I never want to change the priority of newly built things to anything other than 5, because I will always forget to change it back. As you might remember from the time when I set up that volcano tamer, and I left it on gold material for those mesh tiles, and they melted. because gold has a lower melting temperature than magma. Okay. With that established, you can go ahead and tell your duplicants to mine up oxylite. Because even though it will quote-unquote reduce how much there is, it's actually still the exact same amount of material in the end. I may just dig... I'll probably end up digging all of this, honestly. We'll restore everything to 5. I don't have any particular requirements right now. We just need to get the dormitories up and running. By the way, quick question. Does it have a minimum size 32 tiles? So... you can play with this sizing. So we'll have a door here. And then we'll have 4 tiles here. To make it 28, 30. We can actually do this, and then we'll probably pop out a few of these tiles, and then have ladders going over the pits. And that can cheat us a few extra tiles to getting us our nature reserve. Be kind of a pain to walk through because it'll be raised up by 2 tiles, but it'll function. And then at that point, we want the, food storage to be somewhere over here. I would like to put, sinks and stuff in there eventually. But, yeah. The main concern. Man, so that being 24 and then 28 from these tiles. 29, 30, 31, 32. Which is like dig down in here and make some ladder bridges, basically, so that it's still completable. And that should allow us to have an nature reserve. So we'll end it over here. Actually, yeah, hang on. Does that be 12 tiles? Which I believe the work size is supposed to be... yeah, it's supposed to be 25 tiles. That should still work. We'll just need to do some very careful planning and see if we can get this stuff drained into here. And then we need to start moving this into our sort of semi-permanent water storage. Sulfur. It's a new mineral to me. Mafic rock? And Sweetles. I've seen these guys. Huh. Bliss Burst. Release an explosion of decor into otherwise dull environments. That's some phrasing. Does it also produce, like, floral scent germs, I wonder? Could check, see if it has it. Nah, I don't see any. Interesting. Yeah, thanks for the alert, Sinmane. How are you doing? Okay. I think we can press on. Ceiling collapse. Oh, yeah, let's get that then. I could also... I do actually want to try and get them to start making the thing over here. I think there's going to be, like, a door here. Or potentially even a door here, actually. So that we can get, you know, dig down. And then go door, so that the food storage is on level with our floor plan. This should also allow us to potentially dig through here. And then we're going to get some ladders that will allow us to drain the water down here. Just dig all of that. And then try and get ourselves out of there. Okay. I do also want to make sure enable proximity on priorities. That makes it a little bit easier for them to figure out what tasks to do. It'll prioritize things that are close by. It's going to have them get that cleared out so that they can have a shortcut to the dorms. Oh yeah, diagnostics. We should probably also configure this. Make sure that these are never actually shown. As for beds, actually I do kind of want beds still shown. But not on alert. Only always visible. Make battery always visible. Make breathability never visible. Never do crops on visible. Entomb should be always visible. We'll make food always visible. The default default stat is temporarily disabled, and it is weird. It's sort of like eventually it becomes visible on alert only, and I don't want that. I just want it to be enabled or disabled. No, actually leave them always visible. Never alert on meteor showers because we don't care about it until we actually start getting into space. Always show power usage. I don't know how radiation alerts work. I'll put it on visible on alert only. We'll leave research reactor visible on alert only. Rockets in orbit on alert only. We want toilets to always be on. Traps to always be on. That's my stats. We'll clear new out of resources and start pinning things that we care about. We care about coal. Care about dirt. Care about sand. Don't care about water because as long as we have access to it, it should be fine. We care about copper. Care about algae. And that should be it for now. We'll add more things as we discover them. So I'm going to put the priority of this at 4. We'll let them store muckroot here. But I do need to kind of make sure that we don't put further foods in there because we have a better place that we need to be putting our food. Somebody said unreachable toilet for a second there. Which is weird. Let's rock him into being priority 4. Alrighty. Hopefully nobody gets themselves stuck. Catalina still ended up sleeping on the floor, unfortunately. But we do have enough stuff here to where I can actually just start setting down cots. And hopefully we can avoid that in the future. Priority 6 these cots, as well as the tile underneath them. They won't have a room yet, but they will still have the cots available. And that's always good. So let's make sure that we want to throw our storage bin here, because I was talking about it being there. But we're going to make that a priority 4. Everything else is kind of a little bit more important. There we go. I really should have been getting those set up first. Colony achievement earned. I'm gonna dismiss that. We want to see all the achievements show up at a time, because that's always cool to see. All right, we got this area set up now. This one is going to be slightly concerning. In fact, I am going to have them priority 1 all of this. And they still want to do it. Alright, fine. I want to have you not do that, please and thank you, because we need to dig this first. Lindsay's the first to go to sleep in a brand new bed. Although we should probably start attacking these guys, actually. Oh, no, do not... Okay, good. I think we missed the hatch. I was about to say, we don't want to attack that guy. Alright. Unfortunately, Lindsay is not getting good sleep because these stupid fuckers keep interrupting us. So that's unfortunate. Got another fucking... I guess several shiny effects. Let's move them to the research area. Put those on like a priority 9. I don't want them hatching and interrupting more sleep. By the way, let's go ahead and have them open up these doors. That way they waste less time waiting for the doors to open. Ooh, who is suffocating and why? Why were you suffocating? That's because you were trying to reach over there, weren't you? Try not to do that again. Normally, they're good about getting out of situations before they start suffocating. But for some reason, Lindsay decided, yeah, I'm gonna stay in there for way longer than I can manage. Cool. I think this is a duplicate. I think I have to deconstruct that. Okay. Yeah, once we drain this pool of water, we're gonna just replace these top ladder things with some platforms instead. And we're gonna be putting our food storage in a little dip. We'll see why in a bit. At the moment, our oxygen is still looking very good. We're not worried about getting a oxygen diffuser just yet. But I think the ideal spot's obviously going to be right here. Usually you want to put it at a place in your base that's low, but not too low. Anyways, I can actually go ahead and cancel these. I mostly just needed this dip dug out. I don't know why I did 2 ladders here. But we can go ahead and get this dug out now. That way you can drain that area out and start getting through here. Okay, so we have this storage bin set up. I wanted to store about 1 ton of dirt, although we only have access to... Okay, let's dig this fertilizer real quick so we have some accessible fertilizer. And hopefully that will change the list. Or not. I don't remember what else is considered cultivable soil. How else do you want this to be on priority 4? In fact, priority 3. Somebody is idle. Let's make sure that that's not because they are trapped. They're not trapped. But overall, they should probably not stay in that area. So probably have somebody mine that to make it a little bit easier for the water to move through. Move you back over here. See if this is moppable. It is actually moppable now, so we'll get people mopping it. Just to speed up the disappearance of the water. Get them also mopping up here. Unfortunately, they are going to be complaining about... There's no longer hypothermia, by the way, as of the new DLC dropping in the new patch. So they're instead going to be complaining about... They'll have stress. They'll also have lower stamina. But as it stands, we have plenty of food. Get this mopped. Everybody's gonna have soggy feet, unfortunately. Alright, now. We can now get our food storage squared away. Except we can't, now that I think about it, because we don't have access to the ration box. We're gonna deconstruct this ration box, unfortunately. But we can potentially get another person. Let's see here. Tidying with Twinkle Toes is pretty big, actually. Increased agriculture. Necroleptic is unfortunately kind of a killer. You just cannot build around that. Operating Doctor and Cooking. Interesting that they also get a food morale bonus. We don't really want to cook right now, though. But we can also use this guy as also somewhat of a supplier as well. I might reject on this, honestly. I think I'm gonna end up rejecting on this for now. I don't think any of these are worth the extra resource costs at the moment. This is so close to being really, really good. Kind of don't want this, actually. Let's go ahead and reject all for now. Alright. I do also want to get us a real quick battery setup. And for now, I'm going to have that be just down here temporarily. Which is going to suck because they might not be able to breathe in there for a while. I might actually just have some of it over here. I do want it to be... I do want the lab bonus. Which, by the way, I think we're going to go ahead and just get a ladder there. And I think in order for a lab bonus to work, there can't be any industrial machinery, and I believe a manual generator and battery counts. Actually, let's see if a battery actually counts. Battery does not count as industrial machinery. So that might be decent enough then. I think I want to end up just keeping it down here for now. You tend to keep your power separate from the rest of your colony regardless. But I do want them to be able to breathe as they're doing manual generator stuff. We could actually, because we won't be able to do we won't be able to make it a laboratory until a little bit later. So we probably just throw the battery in here and the manual generator in here for now. And then move those out of here later. And I am going to need them to place tiles here so that we can get the power wire inside of that. And I don't remember... Okay, it's on the left. Tends to be on the left. Let's get this set up. It's actually priority 6, all of this.
Headpats incoming.
Oh, hey, Squared, senior protocol. Yeah. Hey, how are you doing? Good to see you here because we have started, as you might tell, for a new colony. This is finally in Spaced Out, by the way. Because I decided I wanted to try to give this a shot. And we've still got some slots that have not been named. Do you want to be the researcher, or do you want to be, I have to remember what the other person is supposed to be. Or builder operator for Mechtronics. It's based on my Out Till I Rocket. She spaced me out till I rocket. That's what you gotta be saying. Yeah, I thought I'd prioritize this over that. You're going to get yourself stuck. Please stop doing this, honestly. Please stop doing this, honestly. I'll have them dig this so that those materials don't get lost. Sounds a lot more lewd. Yeah, that's the point. You're supposed to make it lewd. That's the fucking point. Probably also want to make sure that we put the oxygen diffuser right here where we have the battery going. I've actually, in that case, do you have all the other wires on the other side done, so you can go ahead and get that. Probably make sure this is priority 7. And yeah, I'll leave it at 50% battery recharge threshold, I think. Ascent Crew Protocol Dom, welcome to stream. Good to know that you made it over to Soon's place safely. And hopefully Soon is also safe. Oh yeah, so now the... Okay. I'm back to speaking. Oh yeah, since we have the oxygen diffuser here, I can also throw storage bin here, and this will be where we place some algae. Yeah, I will need to move the manual generator if we get the supercomputer up. There's a good chance we don't. Tengu, what are you doing down there? Why? Get yourself out of there. You don't need that. But let's go ahead and get the research station built. We'll have this limit to 1 ton. I kind of don't want them to store something other than algae there. But for now, we're going to do that. And somebody needs to remind me to make sure that they don't store something other than algae there. I really wish it would let me, like, automatically discover something else under here. So that they don't freaking do that. But we do now have the research station. And my priority is always bigger battery, more research. Because you decided that you wanted to corner build this tile for some reason, Tengu. Yeah, bigger battery, more research. We still got people who are idle now. Let's have them start digging more of this. We want this to be our food storage. And then A squared can get our research done. Except now A squared's going on break. I need to move this pitcher pump over, actually. Have them deconstruct this real quick. Priority 6. Because I want to make this a proper water storage place. And for that, I need walls here. And then we need to get rid of the water here. And also pump up water from there. Alright, and then copy this over 1 space over. Priority 6 all of this in case we do run out of stuff in our basins, but our basins are full. But it will suck because they will have to get themselves wet again. So I want them to build a tile here. Let's establish that's going to be where that is. Oh, we're getting the floor wet over here. Gosh darn it. It's also still pretty unoxygenated down there. Alright, what else we got going on here? We've got a geyser over here. Oh, we've got our research done. That means we can deconstruct this battery real fast. And then... as soon as it's done... plonk down a new one. Priority 9. And our next one actually tends to be meal prep. So we can get ourselves the farm tile. That tends to be my next target. Yeah, as it stands, a lot of things have been shuffled around in the Spaced Out DLC. Crash Plan. Ah, yes, that's the space program. But we do need applied sciences. We gotta get into turning radiation into energy that is used for various things, such as research. And radiation research is actually going to be required for glass forge, bunker tile. Conveyor shutoffs and conveyor receptacles require it. Steam turbines are going to require it. So that's going to be a challenge. Nothing here concerns us. Solid management will require it. It'll also require space research. Which is interesting. Decontamination shower. Remove germs and radiation. Thankfully, liquid tuning isn't going to require it. Soda fountains will require it, though, but we can worry about that when we get there. And thankfully, we don't need anything serious for the HVAC stuff. Thankfully, our exosuits don't require it. Our marble block is going to require it, though. There are a few sensors that require it, but thankfully, a memory toggle is going to require it, but that's going to be fine. Of course, transit tubes is going to require it. So I haven't seen anything critical that is going to require it. Other than the steam turbine. But we don't have to worry about steam turbine just yet. Yeah, and that's the worst of it, is that there's going to be things that are going to require applied sciences, which requires us to do radiation stuff. And so far, I'm not seeing anything really critical that is going to necessitate that, but we do need to get it done sooner rather than later because steam turbines are kind of important. But I'm not seeing anything massively important going on there. So all of our research should still be very accessible. So we require some space research in order to do solid filters and conveyor rail sensors. And yes, we're going to be solid on research. Nothing in the research tree, none of the changes in the research tree particularly concerns me. As soon as we're done with meal prep is when we're going to go over and get our computer, which is going to be over here. Cool, cool. Hopefully Lindsay isn't going on break soon. Nah, she just got to work. Annoyingly, yeah, I'm gonna remove A squared so that they show up with the correct name on the sheet. Alrighty. We've apparently got another blueprint. I'll go ahead and open that real quick. Some crappy boots. Alright. What else we got going on? Did we already get our thing? No, we didn't. We're currently working on getting the ration box. I think I am gonna go ahead and have them start tiling over this so that we can build our wash basins here. These aren't super important though, but it does give me like the spacing that I need in order to figure out how our food storage is gonna look. There'll be ladders here, just for the temporary storage. It's gonna be like this. I'm going to make sure that the door is open. I'm also going to want to put another door over here so we can start trying to make this into our nature reserve. Okay. Again, set direction left on all of these. And we'll actually put them on priority 4. Yeah, copy settings. Because again, we don't really need it to be filled up right now. Alright, and this is going to be where we put our food. It would have been nicer to put it in, quote-unquote, the lowest point of your colony, which is where you normally put your food early game. But I want to get that... I want to get this done. If we can get more tiles in here. And then... So that's going to be 28 tiles, 29, 30, 31, 32. Yeah, so we're actually big on this already being a proper setup for a nature reserve. But we'll need that computer set up first before you can make a nature reserve. Let's also make this door open. This door's already open. But did we already finish? We got compost. We got the ration box. Cool. Get that built in there. Algae terrarium is a beginner trap. Never use it. It's pretty bad. Efficiency is kind of garbage. It requires duplicant labor for, you know, supplying it and cleaning it. And it generates polluted water. And you don't want that sitting around in your base. Especially where you're trying to generate oxygen. Sorry. Yeah, because it'll generate... The polluted water will generate polluted oxygen. overall, it is a bit of a beginner trap. Alright. We want all edibles going here. And put this priority 5 for now. We might actually put it on priority 4. And somehow, these people have gotten themselves stuck. We need to dig this, but we need to not uproot the Mealwood, please and thank you. And we also need to do that. Cancel the uproot. We do need to get Tengu out of there, because you are now stuck. In fact, I'm just going to have you deconstruct that tile that you're standing on, please and thank you. And that didn't work. Hang on, because I need you to not be stuck up there, please and thank you. Of course. Cancel that. And also, cancel the uproot on that. Please get Tengu out of here. Okay. Tengu's now out of there. Now I can rebuild this. Get rid of these ladders. Also, dig that out whenever you get a chance. I think it's a little bit faster for them to climb down to than to staircase, I think. Don't quote me on that. I'm also really hoping they don't climb up that ladder to build things. Have them build tiles here to make them walk a little bit faster, but put them on priority 4. Okay, good. So now that should not be accessible for someone to trap themselves up there again. At which point, I can tell them to dig this out. Alright, we finished that. Oh yeah, we've got a skill point now. Tengu got a skill point first. Normally it's your researcher that gets the first skill point. Interesting. Okay. In that case, I believe Tengu is our dig person. We'll make them hard digging, because we do need digging done. So we can fix our bathroom. Set all that to priority 6. And fix our bathroom. Finally, A squared, got it. Give you advanced research. And start researching. That's actually really good timing, honestly. So, I can start researching that. So we can get equipped for success on... Oh, right. I should probably also give you your hat. Have a funny hat. A funny Thunderdome hat. Right. Let's also try and get the dorms actually fixed, because right now they're not actually dorms. I need to fix that. I want the oxygen diffuser to be on 7, even though, again, we've got Oxy Light for days. We got another skill point. Let's give Lindsay improved construction. By the way, this is a latrine, still. Alright, now I can deconstruct this outhouse. Although that is going to give us the polluted dirt. Okay. We need pollution storage pronto. It's probably actually going to go just beyond here, honestly. You usually just put it on the other side of the bathroom. Though there is a bunch of hydrogen here, but I think we can deal with the hydrogen. The hydrogen's just gonna stay in one spot, honestly. We should have enough room to get our storage stuff. So I think what we're gonna end up doing is probably putting a box down probably here. And store it there temporarily. Which is gonna be unfortunate. But again, we've got the wash basins going into food, so we should have decent coverage on that. So priority 6 this. Because we don't have access yet to, where is it? Where is, disinfectors? Where is that at? Decontamination. So it's right there. We don't have access to that yet, and we're gonna need computer science for it anyways. So that's gonna be our next queue, is getting here to get the decons. Because we're unfortunately getting polluted dirt a lot earlier than we should be getting polluted dirt. Because when we deconstruct this, it's gonna put our polluted dirt here. So first off, make sure you don't have it. You have it. Get you out of there. So that's now been fixed. Yeah, there's polluted dirt there. Set this on a move to here. Priority 9. Should actually put this all on a priority 9. Hopefully it won't off-gas because we have a high pressure of oxygen here. But we do need that moved ASAP. And even if we don't have the storage bin up yet, we need it moved. Man, when we don't have plastic ladders, they move slow on those. And then we'll need a new wash basin here. But this one's just going to be on priority 5. Of course, yeah. It's Jeremy, because it's got food poisoning all over it. And thankfully, germs don't transfer into water from a solid. So it's just going to kind of sit there. And water is going to naturally overpressure it. So it's just going to sit there. That's how you deal with polluted dirt early game. And you're going to have to deal with polluted dirt early game. Because that's kind of the fault of the outhouse and wash basin. You just got to hope that you're ready for it. But we do also need, once we have that, we're going to need a spot to have polluted water placed. And that's usually right where we have our polluted dirt storage. Okay. I think I should go ahead and set this to organic polluted dirt. Sweep only for now on a priority 7. By the way, yeah, so we've got a mess table now. We got a grill, but we can't use it yet. Probably end up putting our kitchen over here so that it's close to our food storage. Close-ish. Both of these should be on priority 4. Well, priority 3, I guess. Put these on 4, actually. By the way, oh, I don't have copy settings on toilet. That's right. Make sure that these are on 7, disable disinfect. Cool. Oh, we got a printable. Decent timing, I'd say. Except these are not useful. We'll print the brine, but we don't really need that, and we don't have a use for that, but eventually we will. Oh, you're just on break. Okay. I was wondering what you were doing. Kind of do want them to come through here and dig this up, because I want there to be extra space in case we do have some polluted water spillage from you-know-what happening. But, granted, we do have the toilets kind of on lock, and I doubt we're going to have anybody getting stuck and peeing. I think we're solid on everything right now. We get the crafting station up, water cooler. I toss the crafting station down here. In fact, overall, I should probably be getting some of these resources snagged. Give our digger some things to do. But I am gonna high priority the barracks enclosure. Shouldn't have insufficient oxygen generation. We have plenty of oxygen coming from Oxylite. And we've got the oxygen diffuser. Can't remember what the numbers on this are again. 500 grams per second. So yeah, it's 5 duplicants per diffuser. That's what it was. That's your numbers, by the way. Got the telescope. Supercomputer. Place that down there. We've also got access to the mini pod, but we don't have a way to craft it, because I think it needs refined metals. Oh, but now we can go ahead and tell them to start working on... Let's go ahead and get decontamination done. Get the, whatchamacallums. Speaking of which, we might as well also get tiles there, so that we can actually run the wire there. Same here. Let's get these doors opened up. You just leave doors open, and it still marks them as rooms. So as soon as Lindsay up here completes this tile, this will now be a barracks. So they'll get a hefty morale bonus from that. Important to be getting all of that set up. Go ahead and get ladders up here so that that's accessible. Leave these as undesignated until we get those whatchamacallums done. And then until then, we will just keep an eye on the toilets to see when they fill up again, and we will manually sweep polluted dirt into them. Go. Let's take this, copy settings to you. Never mind, apparently I won't, because all of these were set to 5, they should be set to 7. Because they are chores. Pretty critical chores, I would say. In fact, I should actually set them to 8. At least the toilet should be set to 8. This tile should be set to higher priorities so that somebody does it. Technically speaking, we don't really need 4 toilets, especially when we have shifts right now that only have 1 person per shift, which means that only 1 person is ever going to be using the toilet at a time. But I do still like having it so that we have 4 toilets available in case we do, you know, lose a toilet or a toilet needs to be maintained. Like, for example, these people still haven't fucking fixed these. Let's get this prioritized, please, and thank you. But granted, they will just choose the closest toilet, so it will usually be this one fills up first. We still got plenty of food to last us a while before we need to start doing any sort of stuff. I do want to find out what this thing is. And we're going to do our usual cheat method for this. I want to find out what this geyser is. What do we got here? Chlorine gas vent. Yuck. That kind of sucks. I don't even have a way to mark that right now. I mean, I guess I could mark it with a wash basin, just so that I know that that's what that is. I might start establishing ranches up in this direction, potentially. And as it stands... yeah, this is plenty of space for us to start doing work areas kind of up in this general area. And then we keep all of our living quarters in this sort of area. Although getting rid of this uranium is going to be tough. The lead helps block it, but not by a whole much. I think the plan is to go for 16 dupes on this colony, and then start doing more dupes on other planetoids. Actually, yeah, that's going to be right in the way of the ladder shaft. That's going to be annoying to work around. But I think we have some space to work with, just by like going down from there. Potentially, I should just start doing more living quarters here and here. Also, we can go with a very, very large water reservoir. Why not? Normally I like to go for something that's, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 blocks tall. But we could also just make it really, really wide. And for now we'll do ladders across, but eventually we're going to change this to mesh tiles, obviously. We're building it specifically here so that they corner build this before... Oh, wait. No, yeah, I need to make sure that they build this and then corner build that. That'll be how we work that out. Cool. Okay, great. And then, yeah, we have further work areas in this general area. I think it's going to be how we do it. Probably establish our first farm up here. And then start doing ranches up this way. Replace the farm with a ranch eventually. I will probably want to start on that, honestly. So, with Mealwood, it is 5 Mealwood plants, domesticated Mealwood plants, per duplicant. So we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll do it in groups of 5 so that I know what my math is. They probably won't be able to reach these tiles. In fact, I'm going to want them to, like, cancel that so that I can get all of this planned out. So that's 5, 10, 15, and then 20 here. Just dig that out to there for now. If we need a 5th duplicant's worth of Mealwood, then we'll plant it in there as well. That's kind of the interim target, is 5 duplicants. But generally speaking, they'll start to realize that they need to come up for air. At a spot that makes sense for them. Well, it's entirely possible that that suffocating thing happened because of hypothermia. Or the new hypothermia mechanics, I should say. Gas valve. Valve. Oh, we are missing research station. They still haven't built the supercomputer. Excuse me? Guys, can we get the supercomputer, please? Also, now that we got tiles underneath here so that this hatch falls down onto the tiles, we'll go ahead and build tiles there. And then we need to get that wire built. Thankfully, they are on break. So it's not a big deal right now that we didn't have the thing. Cool. Also need some ladders. Specifically have that because we want them to not get lost trying to find these tiles. But actually, hang on. They're actually going to need to cancel those. Because otherwise I'd have to build ladders here, and I can't because there's wash basins. Wash basins. Why did I say it like that? Wash basins.
Headpats incoming.
Yeah. Thank you, Headpats Army. I'm Youper. So we might as well get these dug so that they can actually navigate these ladders. Tengu, I don't know why these ladders are your priority right now. I'm also really hoping that fertilizer doesn't break under the water pressure. Certain tiles will break under water pressure. I know for a fact sand does. Thankfully, we don't have any conspicuously placed sand. Suddenly just lose us all of the fucking water here. Unfortunately, Tengu is doing a lot of underwater work. I really wish they would. We've got other more important things. In fact, I am actually gonna tell them that this is more important. Oh, it looks like they're going on break now. So there's that. And start telling them to start planting some Mealwood. Priority 7, chore priority. Granted, we don't have anybody who is dedicated to farming right now, but that's fine. Let's just have this guy here to start copying settings. Man, thanks for lurking at me. Well, the shine nymphs have already, like, escaped, and they're gonna start bothering people. I think we're just going to kill him. Just kill the bugs. We already have a sage hatchling? Damn. On a 7% chance. Crazy. Too bad it's not a, stone hatchling. If it was a stone hatchling, that would have been insane. Sage hatchling isn't super useful. So we could move to right here. On a priority 7, please and thank you. So we could go and eat polluted dirt, potentially. May also go ahead and tell them to start doing our temporary cesspool. And bottle emptier. Right here. Also potentially expand it out to here. Okay. Tengu gaining a excavation point to dig a little bit faster. There's another shine nymph. We're gonna attack that. Start adding in these where we finally got the tiles underneath them. And then start copying settings to the rest of these. They are on priority 7 now. Alright, do we get to take a new duplicant yet? Supplying would be nice. Converts radiation exposure into calories. That's a new trait and a half. Interesting. That's wacky. They could be a future pilot, though. Radiation eater. This feels like an Ami. This feels like an Ami, potentially. The other one, we have a nyctophobic, which I don't really have the means to support right now. Noodle Arms is a big killer. Mallow Seed. I have no idea what Mallow Seed is. I've never heard of this. The seed of a mellow mallow. What is this? Oh, it's a decor item. Interesting. This person could be a supplier. Like, early game, this person can be our supplier, and then later game, they can go about doing some rocketry. Especially with suit wearing is really good. I say we take the nails, and then, who do we make this nails, though? We did kind of already use A squared. We can also trade names, I think. I'm actually just going to go ahead and straight up just ask Amy. I'm just gonna send Amy a DM saying, "Hey, Amy, do you eat radiation?" If I get a yes, I'm going to make this Nails Amy. Nails kind of looks like Amy, whether boy mode or girl mode. I think Amy is actually boy mode right now, but I think this could potentially be both Dwagon and Digogi. But there's an Amy. Amy, I'm considering naming this character you. Radiation Eater converts radiation exposure into calories. I believe that's both dragon-coded and Digogi-coded, I think. And also, this is suit-wearing, rocketry supplying. Potentially just Amazon delivering packages. Okay. I feel like Nails kind of is, like, both boy mode and girl mode Amy-coded a little. Ugly Crier. I never pay attention to stress reactions because it's like the whole point should be that they don't have stress reactions. My duplicants are built different. I never see stress reactions. Never. Cannot do attacking errands. Oh, you know what? That's right. Amy can't be a pacifist. You're right. Amy cannot be a pacifist. Yeah. Okay. I think we take the snails and then name them later. I think. But I do really want the snails. Because that's a pretty decent set. Alright, they come with a skill point. Let's give them supplying. We're gonna make them... What? There we go. Make them our gopher temporarily. Priorities. So thankfully, using the new duplicants thing, you can set a lot of them automatically. Nails, you are supplying, storing, tidying on slight priority. And that's it. And hopefully you can go ahead and move that hatchling egg out of here. Oh, right. What schedule do I put you on? keep you on default schedule for now. Or potentially put you on the same schedule as researcher for now. Okay. But yeah, Amy's so right. We can't name the snails Amy because pacifist. Alright, things are chugging along. We are halfway close to our, whatchamacallit. Let's have these on priority 7. Which I think will help on prioritizing getting them supplied. Finally getting that sage hatchling egg moved. Go ahead. Let's actually get prioritizing... Hello? This, just to make sure that it doesn't dig itself into somewhere it shouldn't be. And also that. Hang on. Move to here. On priority 9, please, and thank you. And then cancel this until we do that. So I forgot that that's gonna make the egg drop. And we don't want that. Got colony achievement earned. We have finished our research. What are we going for next? Do we rush self-powered oxygen? Now, I think we go for... Let's get ourselves the rock crusher. Actually, we're gonna need a coal generator to run it. Yeah, we probably don't. Run a rock crusher. I want to get advanced metals up sooner rather than later, so that we can get our power situation online and super functional. Oh, they're actually getting that digging done, so let's get this prioritized as well. Again, I mostly just don't want the sage hatchling burying itself. Which actually, this is now lower than 2 tiles, so I think the sage hatchling cannot actually reach these. So I can put this back to priority 5. Okay. Colony's chugging along. Unfortunately, we're not... Oh, wait. We apparently already have a sterile atmosphere here? Gas overview? I mean, barely. There still needs to be a little bit more carbon dioxide in there. But as long as we're coming over here as often as possible to store our food, then we should be good to go. Sleep this on a priority 7. Try and get some of the food stored. I might actually go run this to priority 6. Priority 7. Actually, did we get fridges? We have not researched fridges yet. We have the deodorizers, though, so let's get those set up. That way we'll be able to store things here. We do have the airflow tiles, too. So let's get these in place, because we're going to put additional airflow, or we're going to put additional deodorizers up there to cover areas that we can't cover on the ground. Because the deodorizers do have a limited range, and so this will work out. The one problem is that there is a lot of chlorine here, and we do want to put the bathroom loop stuff over here. And I could squeeze in our water sieve here. I believe water sieve is a 4x3 building. Four by 3. Perfect. So we could actually fit it in here then. In theory. Although we will need to figure out where the whatchamacallit is going. The motherfucking it's a thing. It's I might be able to find one. Thimble reed. I need to put a thimble reed there to take up extra polluted water from the bathroom lid. I might be able to move things around potentially to make it work. I could also just get rid of these deodorizers. And have a slot for it. I do still want it to be past the bathroom loop because using the Jeremy water for that thing is going to cause its contents to be, you know, stuff. And I could, in theory, if I move the bottle emptier over here, I'm gonna have to be kind of careful about this. Overall, this is gonna be kind of tough. I could also simplify it. I think actually I don't need 2 storage bins, I've learned in the past. I think I only need 1. So we'll just do this, and then we'll put the hydroponic tile and whatchamacallit guy over here. And then we're going to move the ladder like this. And then tile over this. I'm actually gonna make these ladders out of igneous rock so they don't get themselves stuck down here. So I'm going to dig this. Also throw airflow tiles there. I know there's enough refrigerated food as long as it's in sterile atmosphere. Which it is going to be flickering because there isn't enough carbon dioxide there just yet. But we'll solve that over time. As they come over and deliver food to it, they will breathe all over it, and that's going to provide enough carbon dioxide for it to eventually become sterile atmosphere. Could put our beginning power solutions down here. Or could even be dropping down here. Preferably building some walls in case we start crashing through this. Alright, Rock Crusher is done. For now, I'm gonna put that bad boy right here. 240 watts. Should be solid on that in terms of wire capability. Yes, priority 7 on you. So go ahead and put you up there. And then also copy you to those spots. I can then do that. This is going to be our spot where we're going to be placing all of our junk. I can copy settings from you over to you. Get this built. And then deconstruct you. Then we'll sweep you on a priority 8. We have gotten our first toilet that is out of order now. Oh, we've also been out of research for a while. Let's get something set up. How about Smirt Battery? First and foremost. Let's go ahead and try and get this guy powered. Might get us some copper ASAP. I saw the Venom Magnus video on it, and yeah, looks pretty nuts. It looks very funny. That's all I can say about it. I'll wait till I see whether or not it's really, really bad. It could be really, really bad. You know, I would say that Amu always right, but I might end up having fun with it because it is a funny concept, I think. It looks insanely unwieldy. Like what the sniper should be in this game. In that game. Let's get enable auto harvest. I should probably have auto harvest on any of the wild plants. What is this place? I was seeing this earlier, but nothing else is too crazy there. There's some sort of structure over here that might have one of the story traits. I do want to get us digging into, potentially, the swamp biome, and potentially try and get us some reed fiber seeds. Power went out. I'd like to get us a new duplicant by now. Especially when we're starting to get the rock crusher up and running. I think we put our second bathroom here, and then we start building the first mess hall here. I think that's going to be how we set this up. So, and we haven't had a mess hall for a while, so let's try and get that set. Oh, there's polluted dirt. Priority 9, sweet. Wait. That's emitting. Yeah, I saw it emit. Yep, there is a little bit of polluted oxygen. Let's get that let's get that out of there. Please and thank you. Our new spot for it. Nice, delicious. Make sure that all of these have a priority 7 task on them to make sure they get stocked up with sand whenever possible. We haven't gotten any polluted water yet, so we're not going to be setting this up just yet. We have a stress? Where are you stressed? Low oxygen, chilly surroundings, sopping wet. That makes sense. You do have high morale. You should be... I guess that's just temporary. Hopefully it should be fixing itself. Coal generator is ready to go. But I want to wait until we get the stuff that we need first. I have to remember how much we need for this. Oh, fuck. I'd like to get the copper done so that we can get our power system up and running first. So as it stands, we don't have transformers just yet. We're still doing research. Right, because the next one's going to be battery. I'm getting battery now. Materials. Refined metal, 200 kilograms. So yeah, I think it's 250 is what I need. So for that, I need this on 5. Priority 7. And someone's going to get to it, hopefully. Somebody dropped the copper into the water. Copy settings to you and you. Our food isn't low, but I am concerned about it. The hatch is also in a bad spot. I might attack this hatch. Just because we don't have anybody who can wrangle that. And I don't want that hatch eating our food. Do you want this on priority 7 though? Granted, these bristle blossoms are not growing because we don't have light in here. Some meat here, though. Hopefully we get that swept up. I don't know how long that meat's gonna last before it gets, spoiled, though. I may, once again, make this our kitchen area. There'll probably be second dorms here. I might potentially put a third dorm here. And then second bathrooms here. And then mess hall here. Loud sleeper is kind of a problem. I mean, we can work around that with schedules, potentially, though. And just get ourselves a second dorm set up. And just play some bed shuffling. Farming, tidying, doctoring. Can do digging errands. Morale bonus while in space. Skilled exosuit training off the bat. Once again, loud sleeper sucks, but we can work around that. I just don't think that's good enough. We need a rancher or a cook. We really need a rancher or a cook. I'll go ahead and print the water. But let me actually go look at skills real quick. Yeah, Tengu has interest in cooking. So we could also get Tengu cooking. But right now, Tengu still has the more important job of getting... Oh, wait, no. Tengu isn't researcher. Tengu is miner. And then we can have Tengu potentially doing cooking then. Okay, let's go ahead and pin copper. Let's pin some more resources. Igneous rock, cemetery rock. We don't need to pin granite for now. Okay, that's it for now. Copy things. Okay. Cycle 12, and so far, there are no fires. So far. I think our next project could be mess hall. I think we deserve a mess hall. Got our door in. And we'll start setting this up as if it's going to be a great hall. So for that, we want water cooler at the back and prioritize 8 of these. Generally speaking with this, I set it up for 64 tiles so that it can continue to be a mess hall until we need it to be a great hall. Should be this size temporarily. I could also trim the top layer off. So I have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'll have it come out to here. And then 2 more tiles for the water cooler. Although there's also another station we could potentially use that is less tiles, but we'll still probably put it in there potentially. We might put in 2 even, because we're going to be using the party phones. And then I need a door. And we're going to use that door just to explore this area a little bit, because I want to get some buried objects. We're going to go gambling. And hopefully we're not going to say, aw, dang it. I think that's probably going to be a sandstone buried object and not a swamp buried object, but I want to try that anyways. Might as well do this. Just build a whole ladder up there. Obviously want to avoid touching any of the slime. But if we need to, we can try and dig the slime. Okay, that's our next project. Although, that's 60 tiles. Perfect. So I'll stay within parameters for a thing. And once we're ready to upgrade it to a Great Hall, we can just dig that top layer, that ceiling out. Actually, I'm going to cancel digging that for now. Because there's no way this buried object is going to be a swamp buried object. What's that noise? I think that was the Pacu? I've never heard the Pacu make that noise before. Upon birth. Yeah, there's also another Pacu that burst up there, so I guess that's what that sound was. Wacky. Okay. Yeah, so this is already a mess hall. So as soon as we get this 4th table set up, we'll have a mess hall. And that's going to be huge. We've got a smart battery. Smart battery is kind of important. But we are still waiting to finish the last copper. But I will go ahead and get these tiles set up. This is actually going to be slightly higher priority, because we're going to be putting our power stuff, our beginner power stuff is going to be going here. Though I will want... temperature modulation first. So I want to put some insulated tiles here to make sure that the industrial stuff doesn't put heat into our colony. Overall, I might even move it, like, down here-ish. Yeah, keep an eye on them as they dig out this area, and cross our fingers that we get... There's plenty of buried objects along the way. Odds are one of them is going to be a thimbleweed seed. And it's a surprise tool that'll help us later, if you're wondering why I'm hoping for a thimbleweed seed in there. It's a surprise tool that'll help us later. A squared earned a skill point. Let's get you into... field research. Congratulations on your orange cage hat. I'm sure I don't need to update anybody else's hat. Cool. Okay. Not having a whole lot of luck on finding a cold biome, though. No cold biomes in sight. But there's always a possibility of just setting up our initial cooling in this little radiation spot. Because we need a cold area to do some early industry, if that makes sense. Yeah, that is somewhat of a concern, not finding any cold biomes. Surely cold biomes spawn on the initial asteroid in a classic world, right? Do you need the pneumatic door to be at a higher priority? Not higher than shore priority, though. can also go ahead and open the door. Also open this door. Overall, it's fine to have toggling as, like, you know, super high priority because it takes them very short amount of time to do toggling tasks. Oh, it's gonna fuck up the room because it's now 65, 66 tiles. Somebody get the fucking pneumatic door done, please and thank you. The mess hall is broken. Oh no! Our mess hall! He's broken! Alright. Oh, wait. Tengu, you are now a super hard digger. Which sounds really bad. Lindsay also earned a skill point. Once again, I kind of want to give you... Actually... might have you run operating for a bit. It's still flickering between sterile atmosphere and non-sterile. Hopefully we can get that solved soon. Are there any other geysers that I haven't marked out yet? Nah, it's the only one so far, is the chlorine one. You're idle, but you have navigation, so you're fine. We'll tell them to open this door, though. Oh, I see. Idleness wasn't actually pinned. Let's go ahead and get that pinned now. Alright, how are we doing? I see fungal spore has been found. But I haven't seen a seed for thimbleweed. I could try and... I don't think there's a safe way up to that thimbleweed. Potentially I could come up through here. But that's a dangerous path. With water. But it's possible. You can also just continue digging up through here to get more of these buried objects, and just crossing our fingers that we get lucky. Granted, some of this is also merging into this biome that I don't know the name of yet. So, yeah, hopefully we just need to go gambling a little bit more. Let's go ahead and pick up this gold whilst we're here. Tengu does have advanced digging, so could have Tengu cut through here and then ladder up to dig out these buried objects. still not seeing... Oh, frick. Yeah, go ahead and place a ladder there. Alright, we got these things. We got the insulated tile. Oh wait, did I actually make it out of igneous rock? I did make it out of igneous rock. Cool, perfect. I don't know if we have enough igneous rock, but that's good. Okay. So then... oh, we don't currently have research going on. Let's try and fix that. The other thing I need for power regulation is that. We need ourselves some power transformers. We got a lot of igneous rock already, so... Get this started. Guess I'll go ahead and get this stuff dug out. And that. Just that much will be fine. Still not enough carbon dioxide in here. To be fair, it's kind of difficult when this kind of cuts it off from getting other oxygen or carbon dioxide in here. Also, if you're wondering why I set this up, this ration box here, so if this was actually considering itself still full of carbon dioxide, which sometimes it might. Aha! Okay, there we go. So pausing it whilst it actually considers itself to have enough. You have sterile atmosphere. Microbe-destroying conditions have decreased the food's decay rate. When it is in a atmosphere of pure carbon dioxide, it will reduce the rate at which it decays, which is comparable to just putting it into a fridge. It doesn't fully prevent it from decaying. It used to. You know, that's back when it was super fucking busted. However, it is still kind of crucial to get all of your food into this sort of condition. Is having it submersed in carbon dioxide so that it considers itself to be in a sterile atmosphere and reduce the decay rate of food. It's kind of important to get your stuff in there in that sort of condition ASAP. And that's also why I'm trying to get them to move over there more often, to breathe more on it so that there's more carbon dioxide to actually fully support it being like that. And yeah, next step is power. I think the idea is going to be that I have transformers here, which I will need like a ladder somewhere here to properly propagate the heavy watt wire. The power is our next big important thing, which we have finished the copper that we needed. So now all we need to do is get a power setup. It's like, yeah, I almost always wait to get our power set up until we have all the stuff we need for the automation for it. Because I don't like wasting power. And if you just build a coal generator and a battery, you're gonna waste some power. You're gonna waste some coal, and yeah. So we're still running off of wheel power for now, and that's fine. We're still getting a warning about unrefrigerated food, because we still haven't gotten a solid carbon dioxide seal here. It looks like we're actually... Oh, there we go! It looks like it's finally got enough carbon dioxide in there. Perfect. Amazing. Why are these not getting harvested? Because our only farmer is busy digging. That makes sense. It's fine. We've got food. We got a few days worth of food. I still haven't seen any whatchamacallit, but granted, we still have this ladder to go in order to find more buried objects. Printable. Cooking, ranching, suit wearing. Oh, this is huge! Oh, this is huge! This is good! Squeamish is fine. They're not going to be doing doctoring anyways. They're a cook, they're a rancher. Suit wearing is kind of useless for both of these, at least in the early game, because our ranches are going to be entirely indoors. Which, granted, you know, sometimes I will set up ranches outdoors, as with the Dreco farm that I set up in Hoxie's. But this is fantastic. I say we take the Mima. I don't know who I'm gonna name it after, though. Although we do need another cot. So, priority 9, build the cot, please. You do start with a skill point. And I'm going to make that farming. So at the moment, you're actually going to have a priority to farm. And that way you can take it away from Robo for now. Or from Tengu for now. We'll also have your main priority be farming. Or sorry, ranching. And then, wait, what was your other interest again? Yeah, cooking. So have that be on a high priority for now. Actually, have that be on a higher priority. Probably should have had it be... I should have given them farming first. Or not farming, cooking first. So we could have a grill set up. That's fine. We are almost done with advanced power regulation. Once we get advanced power regulation up, our next target is going to be everything we need for a self-powering oxygen machine. Toilet needs emptying again. We probably need to keep an eye on that. I might actually make this non-sweep only, temporarily. Okay. We're close to getting some polluted water for us to finally set the filter on this bottle emptier. Well, actually, the other... I guess the first priority before that would actually be... Again, we were waiting on... a specific seed. Yeah, it would be a perilous journey to get the slime, to get through the slime to get that thimble reed. Unfortunately. So really banking on gambling. I'm really hoping the gambling pays off. It's probably one of these tiles. It could be one of these tiles, but it's more than likely going to be one of these tiles. This guy created Paku Filet. Darn. Alright, we got the Transformers now. We're going to rotate them in this direction. And we're going to have them... Actually, you don't need to, like, deconstruct that. I just need to tell them to place a heavy wad joint plate here. Also have that dugout, but I'm going to put a priority 6 out on finding that seed. Seed is of higher importance. Oh, this should not be disinfected automatically. Once again, it's going to be Jeremy, because it's where we're storing stuff like... Oh, polluted water. Okay, we finally have polluted water. You need to be polluted water, priority 9. Eventually we'll set it to sweep only, but for now we're going to set it like that. Move 2, I hear. Priority 9, please, somebody get it. Unfortunately, everybody's kind of busy. Actually pull you off the wheel for a sec. Yeah, somebody got it. There we go. Close enough. Alrighty. Alright. Let's get some airflow tiles in here and there. So I'll get this dugout. This is going to be the future spot of a bathroom. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get this ceiling dug out. Thimbleweed seeds! Fuck yeah! I can't stop winning! Our gambling paid off. Our gambling paid off, so it's time to start getting our bathroom loop set up. Eventually. Hopefully. Soon-ish. We're gonna get smart battery set up here. connect everything up this way. Get this out here. And yeah, probably just put the coal generators here and here. Might actually put space in between them so we can stick storage bin of coal in between them. And eventually we could potentially put a auto sweeper here if we needed to. And we'll leave space here for when we set up a second array of power transformers. And then automation. Oh, we need something researched. Hang on. Oh, yep. We haven't continued researching. We need to research automation. Where is that at? Where is this motherfucker? There it is. Yeah, should just need that then. I don't think we need these sensors just yet. Or the advanced automation. So we get these done. Once those are done, then we can start getting into bathroom loop. Because we are going to need the power situation settled before we can do bathroom looping. By the way, okay. Let's also go ahead and get a 5th set of meal lice plants in. Since we have Mima on deck. Did I set Mima's priorities? I did. Probably should have checked Mima's schedule. You're fine to be on that schedule. Eventually, you're going to be ranching. You are late for that. I might as well put everybody on an additional slot of downtime, because they took a while to get their downtime stuff done. That's concerning. Nails earned a skill point. Let's get you into improved carrying too. Orange hat. Okay. So yeah, we have the thimble reed seeds, so we cannot stop winning. But we do need to get automation researched before we can continue on with the power. The power is slightly more important because I want to have power handling the bathroom loop first. Yeah, okay, so just a triple check. Yes, we have mess hall. Mess hall is +3 morale, which is huge. Yeah, we're getting this dugout so that the oxygen can flow up here. another thimbleweed seed there. Very good. We only really need one. One thimbleweed will eat through all of the extra polluted water that we produce in our bathroom loops. Yeah, so now we've got plenty of carbon dioxide for our ration box. Get the stuff dug. Okay, okay. Doing good, doing solid. You don't ever want to order too much metal through the rock crusher because it is a lossy recipe. 100 copper ore for 50 copper. It's lossy. You want to get into metal refinery before you do any sort of bulk processing of metals. How many tiles is this? This is 60 tiles. Let's dig 4 tiles out so that this can be... Actually, no, wait. Minimum size for a Great Hall is 32, so it's actually already fine. But we can get flower pot right here. And then we'll also get water cooler at the end here. Priority 6 on both of you guys. Because a Great Hall is another 3 morale for us. Alright, flower pot. What are we putting in here? Probably just a bluff briar. I think a mirth leaf also works. Just a mirth leaf. Get a bold retro. Turn this on a priority 6, please and thank you. I think this is still only that's a 0 decor on its own. There we go. Why is your... Okay. Oh, that's right. Mirth Leafs have a different range. Well, I think it's actually... Well, 10 to 30 is this guy's range, but 20 to 50 is better. This is not too cold. And... Great Hall! Perfect! We don't need to dig this out yet, but I will try and get them to build this real quick. Actually, we might have them get that dirt, or that sand first. Actually have them dig that. And get rid of the sand sooner rather than later. Gotta hate sand physics. Alright. Cool, we've got our light, we got our automation. Good. This is what I was missing earlier. If I go take the coal generator and then do automation overlay, it does tell me where it is. Okay, cool. Priority 4 on the things themselves. Then priority 5 on the wire. Said smart battery lacked resources for a second there. Hang on a second. It's 5 per tile, right? 8 times 5? That's 40. We have enough copper. Or at least we should. Keyword shed. Cool, smart battery in place. They're getting automation wires in first. Perfect. Oh, we have no research focus. Let's get some research focused. I think we do want to just immediately work on... let's get the sieve first. Manacles, all crackly. I'm actually coming up close to my cutoff time. I might still run a little bit later, just because I did start late. We gotta go. I want to copy. Hopefully we don't break our mess hall for too long. I gotta fix that. And you're getting yourself stuck. You're getting yourself stuck. Oh, that's fine. You're not too stuck. But priority 9 these tiles, please. Before somebody eats in the not... Yeah. Maximum root size 128 tiles. It's fucked. Somebody needs to fix it. We've also got new printables. I don't want to get more than 5 at the moment. Might as well take an extra hatchling. That's fine. And this tile also got broken. Morale lost because there's a hole in the freaking cafeteria. Yep, somebody's about to eat in the not cafeteria. Yep, 2 people are eating in the not cafeteria. That's sad. You also need to prioritize that. Oh, they're using the water cooler. They shouldn't be doing that. We don't actually need to use the water cooler for it to contribute to the mess hall. Let's get that turned off, please, and thank you. Thank you. Do also need to replace this tile real quick. Which I'm also going to put on a priority 9 so that we don't get it fucked up later. There we go. Okay. Back to a Great Hall here. Okay. Let's set these 95, 40. So, for the uninitiated, smart battery, huge part of getting your power system working. The way a smart battery works is that it has an automation signal, which is, you know, the wire stuff. Wires have two states. It's on or off. Green is on, red is off. And it'll obviously enable and disable any buildings that have this little port on it. Specifically, the one where the outside is green and the inside is black. That is an input. And it's just for enabling, disabling buildings, usually. The way this works is, once this reaches 95% full, it will start sending a red signal, which will disable the coal generators. It will stop them from consuming coal and stop them from producing excess power, etc., etc. And then it will continue sending a red signal until the battery goes down to 40%, at which point it will start sending a green signal. This is huge because if a battery is fully powered and the coal generators don't have any sort of automation, they will continue to spend coal that's inside of it as long as it has coal to spend. It will continue generating power, and that power will go to waste because nothing's using it because the battery's already full. That is why getting automation up and running first will save you the most coal in the long run. Because otherwise you're just burning coal for no reason. That's important. Second thing to note, the reason I put this at 95% instead of 100% is because there's a little bit of a bug in Oxygen Not Included. Coal generators have an animation that they play whenever they are generating power. And what can happen is that if it receives an automation signal to turn off, it still tries to finish its animation before turning off. This can potentially waste a little bit of power. It's a very small amount of power it can potentially waste, but, you know, every little bit will add up when you go to cycle 100, 200, 400, 800, so on and so forth. So, we set it to 95% instead of 100% so that we don't waste that power. That way it only goes to, 97%, and we still store that power somewhere instead of wasting it. That's the explanation for the smart battery. Now that we've got the smart battery built, let's tell them to prioritize getting these coal generators up and running. We'll also tell them to go ahead and put coal into here on a priority 4. Because the higher priority is just put coal into the generators. I did already connect this transformer to power. I usually do 4 transformers, and then I kind of decide what each transformer is for as I go along. Oh yeah, let me cover power. Let me cover power cables real quick too. So heavy watt wire. You'll see here, current load. It has a capacity of 20 kilowatts. Overloading a wire will cause damage to the wire over time, cause it to break. That's hopefully a basic thing to understand. The normal wire here can handle up to 1 kilowatt. And eventually we're also going to be upgrading this to the conductive wire that can do 2 kilowatts. And that's also why I have this dangly thing here. So we're going to put a second power transformer underneath it, so on and so forth. Which the reason that we do 2 power transformers instead of like the big power transformer, I'll have to cover later when I actually unlock it. But you can still put more than a kilowatts worth of devices on this, as long as not all of those devices are on at the same time. It's not necessarily like the create mod where everything's consuming stress units, even though it's not actually doing anything. It's more like, you know, things actually will have their wattage on depending on when they need it. It's just like, you know, circuit breakers in real life. So for example, right now it says current load 125 watts, potential load 560. So as long as you know that it's not actually... So if I had, you know, a potential load over a kilowatt, as long as I know that everything on there isn't going to be on at the same time, it'll be fine. And also, it'll be fine because there's a power transformer on it. And power transformers will actually limit how much power goes into this wire based on, you know, the normal thing. You'll notice here it says power available out of 1,000 joules. That means that power transformers actually in and of themselves act like batteries. And then they discharge a certain amount depending on the wire that's coming out of it. So it'll discharge at most 1,000 watts a second. And that works out. That's exactly what a joule is. You know, it's watts per second. And so basically a power transformer will actually make it such that this wire will never get damaged. Or this network of wires will never get damaged because it can only ever deliver 1,000 watts. And if the wire tries to draw more than 1,000 watts, the power transformer will simply run out of power. You'll see everything powered down on this line, but it will never actually deal damage to any of the wires. That's useful. But obviously, in order to actually power a power transformer, you've got to do some heavy watt wire. Heavy watt wire cannot be ran through tile. Heavy watt wire also, in and of itself, has a massive decor penalty with a massive radius. So you also don't want, you know, heavy watt wire in your living quarters where people are going to see it very often. That's, you know, the limitations of heavy watt wire. That's why, obviously, heavy watt wire is going to be where you put everything that's generating power, and then you run that heavy watt wire into power transformers whenever you're having things that consume that power that duplicants are going to be running around with, or if you need it to go through tiles, obviously. Because there are plenty of situations in which we want wires to be going through tiles, trust me. Alright. We just need to get these generators built. And again, since it's already got automation wire behind it, it is automatically going to be enabled and disabled by automation grid as needed. Go ahead and put these on a priority 9. And I'm going to put the fuel request threshold at 100%, because the thing about the automation is that when it gets disabled on automation, duplicants also refuse to deliver coal to it. So if the fuel request threshold is low, then they'll only ever deliver fuel to it when we're literally out of power. Especially if we have the low threshold on the smart battery set high enough, there's just going to be like windows of time in which they just do not want to deliver coal to it. Because they'll have so many other things that are more important than that coal generator. Yeah, with this, you'll notice, you know, there is just, even though there's fuel request threshold 100%, priority 9, nobody wants to deliver coal to this. Even though it's, you know, has some coal, has some storage left for coal. Nobody wants to deliver coal to it right now because it's disabled by automation grid. But anyways, that's been solved though. You do need to make sure, if you do have a power transformer and, you know, you want to be like limiting how much power that this wire drains, make sure you do not have any batteries on this side of the power network. So, let's get these guys destroyed. No more of this. On a priority 9. We are no longer savages. We do not need our hamster wheels because we now have fully automated coal power. Very simple system. Let's also set this to be like max 1 ton of coal. I don't need every single coal on the map to be here. This is just a, you know, quick supply of coal for these guys. So now that we have power in place, we are still researching. Good. We don't have our stuff yet. But we do have the ability to pump liquids. So you can probably start using that to clean up all of the spots of water on this map. I think we're going to start boxing this in here. I think that's a fine limit for our water supply. We'll make sure that they corner build these tiles as we go along before we actually do things. Then I'm also going to want, we'll just throw a pitcher, we'll throw a liquid pump down here. And then we want to throw our liquid vent. I guess we can throw it here. I do have an overpressure of 1,000 kilograms, so they have to fill up the tile before they can no longer output, so that's fine. I was going to go ahead and tell them to put a thing there. And that way we can go ahead and start piping this up into here. We put the pump here because we're going to end up using this for some fun projects in the future. Some extremely important projects. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and, ahead of time, set up these wire bridges. Man, Senator Brookwell, Ham, how is Ham do? And then I'm going to have one of these wires come down through here. And then connect to you. At which point we are going to have to make sure that we can actually reach here. We'll do that. Probably put some ladders across so that they're in less agony trying to do this. Priority 8 the ladders, honestly. Make sure they get the ladders in place first. Cool. Now, tell them to dig that. Alrighty. Almost done configuring our water reservoir. I have a feeling we might be putting our self-powering oxygen machine over here. And then just, you know, running the pipes through here. We're not getting a Cycle 30 self-powering auction machine, I think. In fact, there's a good chance that we're not going to see Cycle 30 this stream either. Just because we are coming up on time soon. And I still want to use... Oh, hang on. We need to dig fast and use that. The less that they sit themselves into the water, the better. And now I've got the water sieve. Let's go ahead and plop that down over here. No research book selected. So yeah, so let's move on to the next thing that we need. I actually need to come back up here real quick and grab ourselves the hydroponic farm. That's important for our surprise tool that we're going to use later. Yeah, I should be able to run this off of that. I should be configuring that over to a different set of systems, but it'll be fine. Higher priority project is this. To get all of this water out of this area into our reservoir. Still not seeing any ice biomes, which is, again, concerning. We have another outhouse in need of emptying. Oh, hang on. Copy settings from you to you. What do you mean no power wire connected? Oh, I missed a thing here. Construction, priority 6. In fact, actually, priority 7, that, honestly. And I like, on this digging task, priority 9 that, because I'm really sick and tired of seeing them swim to get to here. The whole reason I built the ladders was so that they didn't have to swim. And they're still swimming. But whatever. Once again, yeah, the waiting game for projects to be done. Looks like we're actually coming along real fast with that. Okay, yeah, so A squared's doing fantastic. Wait, we do have a laboratory, so we are actually getting the efficiency bonus on research too. So yeah, we should be starting to get our research done very fast. So yeah, this is solid. This is solid. Soon our bathroom loops will be attainable. Also start running all of the piping for it. Believe the way we want it is... I have to remember how it's set up. I might need to research plumbing first, so I can remember which way is which on the ports. Because I can't quite remember off the top of my head. Yeah, our food storage is solidly contained in carbon dioxide, so that's good. We have the liquid pump there, though we don't... High alert that, please and thank you! We just lost a bunch of water. Frick! It's fine, we've got this whole lake here. Gosh darn it. I'm gonna high priority things that are for draining the lake, though. Hey, there's the research done. Alright, so that's done. Now let's get the plumbing. Which will just be this for now. Let's make sure I'm not missing anything else. I don't need ventilation. I'm not gonna need that for now. Yeah, we should be solid. I don't need radiant liquid pipes or insulated liquid pipes. I just need basic pipes. Yeah, we should be solid. I'm not thinking of anything else we're gonna need for it. Alright. Get it done. It's radiation powered that can be collected by a ravage. Interesting. I think that's a waste, though. Oh, park sign, by the way. You can finally get this, thingamading. Fertilizer synthesizer, we're not going to be using that. Oh yeah, hydroponic farm. Let's get this in place. So you want that there. We do also have the refrigerators now. Oh, we got printables. No, none of these are good. I'll take the spore, I guess. We do have the fridges, which I do want to put fridges in here. Yeah, I do want to power them. I was thinking, like, oh, I don't want to power them, but it's like, actually, I think powering them's fine. Because we do have the power system now. So I am going to need to kind of prep this area such that we can power it. So I need to dig that. I'm going to need to get back in here to save this water. Alright, there we go. So we got our plumbing stuff. Alright. So, it is on the left side. That's what I need to know. Alright, Here's how I do my bathroom loops. I use the liquid bridges so that it kind of queues up a packet of water for each thing. So I do these liquid bridges here. This is for input. And then liquid pipes will go down like this. We then come across like this. This is going to go... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. It's a good thing that we haven't constructed this yet, because you know what? I need to rotate this around. And then I need to re-plug that in the right spot. So I actually want that to go up there. I'm actually going to end up doing a liquid bridge here because I'm worried about that chlorine that's sitting up there. Is chlorine heavier than carbon dioxide? No, I'm stupid. Of course it's not heavier than carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is the heaviest gas. So I'm going to do the bridge here. Or maybe I won't. Actually, no, it's not chlorine. That's carbon. That's hydrogen. Hydrogen's actually just going to stay there. So I think that's fine. Yeah, because it's 960 grams. We're just going to have stuff override it, really. We'll route it somewhere else if we absolutely need to. Alright, so connect you in there. And then any out overflow. This is where I actually do really wish I could expand a little bit further out this way. So when the water sieve can't take anything because the output is full of non-polluted water, and it needs to take that water, that extra polluted water, and it's going to store it, but it's also going to use that storage to feed this guy. But until we can build back here confidently without polluting our place with chlorine gas, we're just going to connect it directly to this guy. And that'll be our plumbing loop. Oh wait, I forgot. Do you also need to connect where our outputs are going to go? You don't want to connect inputs directly to these because it will confuse the AI of the pipes. Yes, pipes have AI. It's kind of annoying. And it's not exactly fully understandable all the time. But after a few hundred hours, you'll kind of just figure it out eventually. It is a little confusing at first, for sure, but you'll get it eventually. So yeah, we're laying the foundation for our plumbing. And actually, I might as well try and get... I'm going to split off some of this water from this and insert it into... I tend to use, you know, when I'm inserting into what's supposed to be a loop eventually, I'll use this liquid bridge onto some point on the line. Then priority 6 this. That way we can get the bathroom loop started. I'm also going to want to prioritize this stuff. And yeah, this hydrogen gas is just gonna sit here. That's gonna be fine. Oh, we're missing research. Let's go for something. I guess we start working on Spawn. Self-powering oxygen machine. The oxygen machine is going to be important, especially for getting suits up and running. So, we'll start with getting the electrolyzer. That is a basic component for sure. Water sieve in place. Water sieve now powered. I just need to get the pipes set up. Schedules look fine for now. Toasty surroundings. Yeah. Fuck. That's a lot of heat, actually. Oh boy. Going to need to, like, actually just start replacing all of these with insulated tile, honestly. Actually, like, priority 7 insulated tiles here, please and thank you. Honestly, even here. Yeah, it is warm there. 41°C. What's 41°C in Fahrenheit? $41, 105. You know what? That's fine. They're fine. 105. I eat that for... Well, like, Amy eats that for breakfast. I... disdainfully, or, regretfully... What's the word I'm looking for? Reluctantly eat that if needed. But also, it's been an average... That's been the average day here in middle of fucking nowhere, desert land. Finish that research. Let's get ourselves a liquid reservoir. I don't think radiant liquid pipe is gonna help us right now. I don't think anything over here is important. So we'll just stick with the improved plumbing for now. Right. Yeah, that's fine. Maybe we got enough liquid pipe, enough water in this pipe, to get the plumbing started. We got the electrolyzer, but we can't do anything with that just yet. We need to do some prep work first. Oh, they got yucky lungs because there was some polluted oxygen here. It's annoying. You can't really tell them to not breathe polluted oxygen. Yeah, that is quite a bit of heat that we're taking on in the colony. Hopefully we get that fixed sooner rather than later. But yeah, so the thing about liquid bridges is that they kind of have like the highest input priority of anything that takes liquid. Therefore, you know, when it reaches the water sieve and it can't go anywhere else, it'll still consider this liquid bridge as a place that it can go to. And so that will help so that, you know, once the water sieve doesn't have any more storage available for polluted water, the polluted water will instead go to this hydroponic farm, which will plant a thimbleweed in. And we can't because there's stuff there. I'll take that stuff. Yeah.
Tactical repositioning requested.
Thank you for that.
Reminder to maintain
And I will
hydration
dink
levels.
one there. Let some polluted water get delivered. Okay, but that thing's been done, so it's plants, priority 7. No, turn off this effect on that. That is supposed to be germy. It is intended to be germy, because you will wash your hands after interacting with it. Alright. Bathroom loop, I think, is ready. I think our bathroom loop is just straight up ready. I might actually have them deconstruct this real quick. Just so that the pipes don't get confused, because it's entirely possible it's not moving because of that. I hope they're... Why is Nails taking so long to deconstruct the liquid bridge? They don't normally take that long to deconstruct. But whatever. Alright. Still looks like it's a little confused. It's like shift disconnect this, see if it moves around? No? I don't know. Hopefully it fixes itself. I think we can start deconstructing toilets and trying to get... Actually, I can. Let's deconstruct this instead. Deconstruct the closest toilet so that they use the closest toilet. And that'll hopefully prove whether or not our system is functional. So we might actually end stream out on getting our bathroom loop set up. We'll see if this actually functions. We can also go ahead and replace the first sink. They are a lot slower than I thought they would be. Says lavatory ready. So, looks like that's working. Let's get the sink in here. Priority 6. Once again, disable disinfect. And that should be all we need for that. Question is, if we do build another toilet here, is it going to update the pipe network such that it'll bring water to it? That's what I want to know. Oh, we have got the sink down? Cool. We really got people who should not be building first. Hold on. Yeah, Lindsay has priority on building, so why the fuck is Nails building? I do not understand why it's doing that. Yeah, it still says empty pipe. So it's not updating itself yet. But we'll see, because, you know, the sieve is going to now start producing some water. Let's make sure that this thing is on priority 7. That's a chore. It should be providing enough water. No, it provided to the toilet back here first. Which makes sense. But that water has nowhere to go, so that means the liquid bridge is pipe blocked, so it should provide to the next one over. And then so after that, ooh, this one's definitely going to provide all of them now. So yeah, that should be functional now. Yes, we got a hydro sensor now, we got these things. We have no research focus. Let's get more research done. Onwards towards the self-powering auction machine. HVAC's gonna be next one. We want the radiant gas pipe because we don't have a good way to cool liquid or cool the oxygen just yet. So we're just gonna run it through our water reservoir as a heat sink. And the water reservoir, again, can take a lot of heat energy before it starts to actually affect the rest of us, especially because it's going to be absorbing oxygen heat. And, you know, the difference in specific heat capacity means that it's going to take a lot of heat, essentially. Speaking of heat, hopefully we have we've staved off enough of the heat communication going on here, but there's still quite a bit. Oh, it needs to be 37. Oh no, the fucking thimble reed is too hot. Oh, that's a problem. That is a problem. I'm gonna get some of this in place, and have the ladder come down here to help get that cut off. And I might need the ice maker. I might need to use the ice maker, because I don't think I have a better way of setting this up. I don't have any other quick way of cooling that down. Actually, to be fair, it might just be icy fan time. Which sucks. The icy fan is terrible. It is a terrible solution to cooling. It's duplicate labor, and it requires ice. But I think it might be our only hope right now. I might just stick the icy fan right here. And then, yeah, I just need to run the ice maker here. Power. We'll just hook it up with fucking heavy watt in the meantime. You'll notice that the icy fan does not have power. That's because it is a waste of duplicate labor. Hello, I told him to plant the thimble reed. Oh, did I accidentally dig the thimble reed? Is that what happened there? Oh well. Yeah, I mean, okay, the temperature is going down a little bit. So we might not need it in the end, but we might. Because there is also still some 42-degree temperatures over here. Yeah, Thimble Reed heats up fast. But we can go ahead and start replacing toilets. I'm gonna leave the last outhouse in there just in case. Same with the sinks. Because I do not want to have to worry about let's actually priority 6 all of this. And also priority 6 all of this. Alright. Get some sinks in. Get that 3rd toilet in. These will actually put a higher priority of 7. Yeah, there should be a lot of... we should have plenty of time before this becomes a problem again. Because there's still plenty of storage left to go before we start having an issue. Alright. So yeah, we don't have it fully converted over to stuff just yet. Although we really need to sweep up this polluted water, because it is off-gassing a lot of polluted oxygen. That is a ton. That sucks. Might need to, like, temporarily throw a deodorizer here. Just temporarily. Hey, printable. That's gonna be a no from me. I'm gonna reject all. Yeah, hopefully it'll still be a while before we end up having the issue where we don't have enough storage for the polluted water. But yeah, it's already back to body temperature, growth halted. Need to get this processing some ice. We actually aren't gonna be able to drain this entire lake, apparently, it looks like. Because we're now getting up to our maximum storage here. Both of these are fine for now. Alright. This sucks. I hate having to rely on the icy fan. It's terrible. It is literally a beginner trap. But we're gonna have to use it because that's not livable temperatures for that thimble reed, and we do not want to see our bathroom loop get shut down. But hey, research completed. What else do we need for our self-powering auction machine? We do actually need low resistance conductors now I think about it. We need high capacity on that power line. Let me actually cancel these. So hopefully that'll help out with the temperature here. But again, it sucks because it's, you know, manual duplicant labor. And also the ice maker itself is generating heat, so it might be counteracting, honestly. It actually use up the ice. It doesn't even become water afterwards, it just becomes ice. Or sorry, it becomes just deleted. This is just deleting water. This sucks. People have skill points too. I need to be checking skill points. I might get Mima into cooking. I will want to get Mima into ranching as well, but I'll get him cooking first. Let's push you towards mechatronics. Because this doesn't... None of these really have any weight except for the demolished Gravitas building. Let's get Tengu, your super duper, your black hat. Get you applied sciences research. That's a green hat now. Interesting. Ah. Almost clicked on the wrong thing. Have a thermo sensor. Have a thermo regulator. And cool. Cellular growth halted body temperature. I wonder. It's not currently consuming polluted water. So, yeah. It being wilting means that it's, because normally if it sits at harvest ready, it still consumes materials, which is why I usually want harvesting to be done as soon as possible. But, yeah, that kind of sucks. Hopefully we can fix that soon. We're seeing lower temperatures in a couple of spots here. But yeah, that kind of sucks. We're at least getting it boxed in now. So now the heat should be a little bit more manageable. Wait, it's already down to 37 in this corner. We're getting there. So these go down another 1.5 degrees. Or wait. Oh, it does become water. It becomes bottled water. Oh, okay. So it doesn't actually delete the water. That's actually not bad then. At least not terrible. But it is gonna have to compete. It's still gone up by 0.1%, or 0.1 degree. I wonder if there's another way to get some cooling into there real fast. But I'm really not sure. Especially because, again, I don't have a whole lot of storage space there without breaking into the chlorine in this environment. Oh, you know what? There's 5-degree water here. You know what? Move that shit over here. Priority 9. And we'll see if they can just, like, just drop it there. I'm tempted to have them, like, uncork it just there, honestly. Oh, no, I didn't want you to... Move 2 here. Move 2. Hang on, I've got an idea. I'm gonna have them mesh tile up here. Oh wait, then it'll spill into that. Right. Crap. Maybe it'll also just start radiating heat like that. They're being 50 kilograms. You know what? Yeah, have them empty. On priority 9. And then we're just gonna mop it up afterwards. It's gonna be chilly here. Oh, it still ended up pouring into there. Frick. Oh well. Again, just let it absorb a bunch of heat, please and thank you. Honestly, maybe the water being over the polluted water means it'll never off-gas, but I kind of actually want it to off-gas, because I want it to get absorbed by the deodorizers, but whatever. Hopefully that should just eat a lot of the heat here. Because, it's cold water. Oh, the water's already 39 degrees. That did not last long. Huh. That's kind of unfortunate. Let's get it mopped. There's gotta be a way. Wait a minute. I got a stupid idea. Somebody put a tile here. Priority 9 that. I've got a real dumb idea. You ain't ready for how dumb this idea is. Mesh tile. What happened to you? You're walking around looked really weird. Priority 8 on this guy. You're still at 38.5. Okay. 100 kilograms of water. Move this to on a priority 9. This is a stupid idea. But I think this will work. Okay. And then empty priority 9. And then hopefully it should just sit in that mesh tile and then absorb heat. Keyword hopefully. Also, I'm probably going to have them come down here and mop this. Yes! Perfect! Yeah, look at that. It's gonna absorb heat. I know it's gonna absorb heat. Yup. That worked. That is a stupid solution. But damn if it didn't work. Like a charm. Alright, let's get this stuff deconstructed. That's an unorthodox way of using the icy fan. Give yourself some 5-degree water, splash it somewhere. That's one way to take care of it. I think that's going to be a stopping point for today, because it's already super late. Let's save Solana Galaxy. Just like Ratchet and Clank did all those years ago. Haha, funny. And then I'm going to quit the desktop. Alright, that was an unorthodox way of using the IC fan. Let me flip over to my chatting scene. I am super hungry, so we need to get things wrapped up. You do the stop raids button, and we grab... Wait, hang on a second. Oh, okay, that's fine. Grab my checklist. Alright, granted, I think might be seeing a quiet end because I did run very late. This might not be anybody around at the moment, but I'll try and... Oh, wow, my cheese is on screen. And my cheese did not go far enough off screen. Huh. Okay, well, it's fixed. So yeah, if you're, for those of you who tuned into today's stream, thank you very much for tuning in. Whether you are lurking, actively participating, I appreciate you either way. For those of you who are new to the stream, standard greeting protocol. I am Keitan. I'm the hottest game developer / VTuber. So whenever we're not messing around on various types of galaxies, we're usually working on our own first-person shooter, movement shooter type game. It's also a parody of mascot horror games. So if you're interested in that kind of project, definitely drop a follow if you haven't already. We haven't been working on it at the moment because it's been summer and I've been very stressed out and tired between the weather being the way it is and also various things going on in life. But hopefully once things calm down a little bit, I can get back on task with it. With that being said, hopefully still follow along for all the other shenanigans we're going to be getting up to. Yeah, make sure you follow the stream. If you're already following, make sure to turn on your notifications because if you show up to the stream multiple times in a row, not only do you get bonus channel points if you support the cool scripted channel point redeems we have here, you also get bonus XP through the Rapport program, which is the stream XP system I've implemented. For more information about that, Amy hasn't done links yet. Let me bug Amy. Unless Amy busy, let me check. Oh, there's Amy. Leave me alone, I'm playing Roblox? What? Huh? What do you mean Roblox? Anyways, yeah, so, more information about the Stream XP system is there in chat. Also, while you're there, the Discord link is also there. I post when my streams go live and also share progress on projects off stream. Obviously, if you wish to support me monetarily, the best way to do so is tip me on the Ko-fi, which will give you bonus access to the prototype versions of Jack Schmidt, the game that we're working on. So if you want to play around with that and test out the movement and tell me how buggy my game is and how bad the characters look, you can drop a couple of dollars on there. Or become a member. It's just like Patreon, if you didn't know. And it's the better way to support me because, you know, Twitch is raising prices on subs. Yeah. Also, you can get a lot of the, you know, the updates and stream announcements on the Tumblr as well. So make sure you follow that as well. Also, YouTube link is there. If you're watching this on YouTube, I'm sorry, I'm never actually going to be acknowledging the chat because, boy, there is a big pain in the ass for me to do any sort of integration with it, which I posted about on Tumblr if you're curious about that. But do please subscribe to there anyways. I do want to try and do some more content on there in general, outside of just VODs, but you know that's also going to be where VODs are going to be going from now on, because YouTube has better VOD storage for streaming. That's kind of part of the reason why I'm restreaming to YouTube these days. That being said, weekly schedule is Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. I might actually move things around potentially if I'm still kind of tired for August. I might be doing potentially moving Thursday to Friday and then making that the new DRG stream day. But at the moment, it's, you know, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Saturday is Minecraft, specifically the modded Catgirlcraft server, where we're playing around with the Create mod a lot. So if you want to see that, definitely tune in on that on Saturday. And then Monday, potentially Deep Rock Galactic, unless I decide to move that around again. I might actually go back to Monday Oni, potentially, with Friday being Deep Rock Galactic. But we'll see. We'll see how that works out. And then normally my Wednesdays and Thursdays are game development days, but again, I've been very tired and burnt out recently, so it's been ending up just being gaming streams at the moment. But other than that, yeah, that's how the schedule's ahead. Let's see who we're going to raid and what our raid message is going to be. Unconventional cooling methods raid? I think it's gonna be what it is. We'll see who's online first. Let me do raid browser. Come on. Even though it's kind of annoying because it does kind of cover up everything. Following. Sort by low to high. See who's online. I'm not seeing anybody I'm comfy with. Maybe drop in on Chrono, honestly. Yeah, we'll drop it on Chrono. Fellow game dev streamer. Click on this. And get that open. Mute tab. Move over there. And our raid message is gonna be, gonna do some Katon Insanes. Yeah, so that's going to be our raid message, our special raid message for today. You'll know the drill already. I'll do the free version as well. But you can also unlock the emo using channel points, and we're going to raid Chrono 050. Alright. With that being said, ladies, gentlemen, and everything between, thank you very much for tuning in to my stream. Hope to see you guys next time that I'm on. Until then, it's Katon over and out.